Yes, sir. Trustee 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬. Trustee Dunn. Trustee Avery.
Here.
Trustee Evans.
Here.
Trustee Hickman. And Trustee Wallace Spooner.
I'd like to call again board meeting in session. We will now convene the closed session to discuss the agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meetings Act under section 551.071, .072, .074, and .0821. We are now back in session. The time is 4:52, and the Board of Trustees of the Beaumont Independent School District is an open meeting at the request of the grievant to hear a Level 3 complaint brought by the parents of 𝐂𝐭 Jorge Hernandez, and Wardina Hernandez, in accordance with BISD Board Policy FNG Local. The board will hear the complaint in open meeting at the request of the grievant. A quorum of the board is present. We have Ms. Denise Spooner, Ms. Tilly Hickman, Ms. Yolanda Avery, Mr. Joe Evans. Also present is Dr. Shannon Allen, Superintendent of BISD, the grievance, Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez. Additionally, Dr. Ron Jackson, who will be representing and presenting on behalf of the administration, Nicholas Phillips, the principal of Westbrook High School, Austin Greenaway, Westbrook High School's head soccer coach. Also in attendance is counsel for the school district, Kobe Wilbanks. Mr. Wilbanks will not act as a decision maker, but rather will help facilitate this hearing and advise the board on any legal issues that might arise. Board members, you have received a copy of the Level 3 report prepared for today's hearing. The record contains the parents' initial grievance filing in a Level 1 decision, including all other documents relied upon by the administration in reaching the Level 1 decision, the Level 2 appeal, the Level 2 decision, and the Level 3 appeal form, and the notice letter scheduling this hearing. You have also received supplemental information. Generally, Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez's complaint of misrepresentation and discrepancies related to the coach's decision not to place their daughter, 𝐂𝐭 Hernandez, on the Westbrook soccer team. Mr. Phillips, principal of Westbrook High School, served as a Level 1 hearing officer and issued a written Level 1 decision on January 5th, 2026, denying the grievance at the request of relief. Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez appealed the Level 1 decision on January 12th, 2026. Dr. Ron Jackson, Director of Athletics, heard the grievance at the Level 2 and issued his decision on January 21st, 2026, denying the appeal of the Level 1 decision. Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez subsequently filed a Level 3 appeal on February 3rd, 2026. I will now explain the procedures to be followed this evening. The grievance will be allowed 15 minutes to make a presentation. When concluded, the administration will be allowed the same amount of time to respond. The grievance may reserve a portion of the allotted 15 minutes for rebuttal. During the Level 3 hearing, the board will listen to the arguments of the parties, as well as any rebuttal, and may ask questions for clarification. Consistent with policy, this hearing is being recorded. As such, the following rules will be observed and strictly enforced. All participants are to speak loudly and clearly so that we can maintain proper recording. To ensure that the recording actually reflects each voice, please identify yourself when you begin speaking. Additionally, only one person may speak at a time. All participants shall avoid interrupting or speaking over at the same time as another individual speaking. Are there any questions regarding the hearing procedures? Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez, do you wish to reserve any of your 15 minutes for rebuttal? The time will be displayed on the screen and will notify you when your presentation time is up. Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez, you may begin your presentation.
President 𝐂𝐬, how much, Mr. Hernandez, how much time would you like to reserve for rebuttal? Okay.
Hello, how you doing? I'm Mr. Hernandez. ¿𝐂𝐭 𝐖𝐢𝐭𝐡? Sure. All right. Well, can you hear me now? All right. I came to this this grieving, get to the third grieving, and I just wanted to ask you guys if you have the same thing that I have in here, because in this paper is not everything that we had, that I had all the meetings that I have. It doesn't have everything, so I just want to make sure that you had whatever it was extra because we're missing some papers. Now, and while on my time, we're missing some papers on here. I got a conversation with the lawyer. He gave me a call, and I asked him right now if he knows how many meetings we've been, how many meetings have been with the coach, the principal, and all that stuff. Do you know how many meetings have been?
So we're not going to answer questions here. This is your presentation, but I will tell the board members that the record that you have is the same record that we provided you.
Okay.
So those documents, you've received the documents, the same documents that the board has received.
All right. Well, yeah, we're missing some paperwork. And my first thing, when they told me to see what was the resolution, my first thing when we start this process, it was to be equal for my daughter to be accepted on the team. I went and have the first meeting, and they deny it because the coach told me and that's what I want to see if you have the paperwork or that recording. They told me the first thing that it was on the response, it was because commitment. And after I have the meeting, they say that the first thing it was commitment, it was the point of the first point. The second one, it was the grades. And the third was absences, not absences, so something else, but not 2 point. Once I get the response and tell them that I wasn't agreeing, go to the second one. Now they telling me they pushing grades instead of helping my daughter or seeing why it wasn't, because it wasn't even the grades. They just pushing or looking for something where my daughter won't qualify. If it was by the rule that they say the grade was the main issue, I was thinking it would be the get-go on the grievance. Say, your daughter wasn't applied because of the grade for their grades, and that's it. The coach knew that the grades she was failing one class before the tryouts, and as they sent me the paperwork that the kids were not even supposed to be on tryouts because the grades were wrong, and he still decided to tell my daughter to yes, go ahead and try out. I was thinking he was going to give him an opportunity because he wasn't still playing. They were barely making the team together and see if the grades were going to go out. As previous records, because I had an accident on last year at another school, my daughter is not being the greatest student, but she's been passing, and the motivation for her to be on the school is playing soccer. Between band and playing soccer. After the first accident that I had at school, at Marshall Middle School, and you guys remember me last year? I don't know if you remember me or not. It was a big issue. Her self-esteem is being a little low, and the only thing for her to motivate to be on the school, it was the soccer. And I told that to the coach and the principals, and they cared less about it. So now, it's reflecting on the grades, that now, no matter what she does, she's been getting sick all this year because she didn't play no soccer. All the kids like, hey, why you're not playing? What happened? You're not going to get to soccer. She gets depressed, and I see it on my child every day that she's not feeling good. And I was thinking the school was trying to support or help the kids to improve on school. And I told them, I was like, if she would have been on soccer like last year, she would be, not great by passing or doing a little better than what she is right now. So that's what I'm here for, because I don't think you as a school or the BISD, I don't see any motivation for my daughter. They're just finding something wrong for her not to be. And before I leave, on the last last thing, the Coach Greenway feedback on the second grieving, on the response, he said that my daughter that she wasn't behaving on class, that she wasn't really committed or stuff like that. And right here, whenever they ask my daughter, you can read that in here. I don't know if you saw that. She's saying good things about my daughter because she was great. And just because now I'm complaining, now he's saying that she's not doing good in school, that she wasn't listening. But yes, she was right here doing the hardest work, and she was always the best, and she got second place on running, always compliment and telling her that she was going to qualify for senior coach. But now because I'm complaining, now he's just saying that that she didn't even make the team. That's it. Right, go back.
Mr. Segui, I want to let the record show that the document he was just showing you was the final page of the supplemental documents. We don't have a Bates number, but it's the final page of supplemental documents.
Got it. Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Allen, School Board. I'm Ron Jackson, Director of Athletics for Beaumont ISD. I'm here as a Level 2 complaint representative. I received a Level 1 complaint, and this is my findings and report. The first thing I looked at the complaint was about fair opportunity. The second thing I looked at the complaint was about favoritism and consistency. One of the things I looked at first was the Westbrook Lady Bruins soccer tryout informational packet, okay? And trials were December 2nd and 3rd. In the packet it says, under Appendix I, it says athletes must be passing all classes at the time of trials. They must be passing all their classes, okay? Now, Ms. Hernandez, I'm calling Ms. Hernandez, the student Ms. Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez at that time was not passing all of her classes. In November, she was in the athletic period. She asked to be removed out of the athletic period and told the coach she didn't want to be in the athletic period and she no longer wanted to play soccer. When she removed herself out of the athletic period, she went into a core classes, one of her core classes, to concentrate on her academics or improve her academics. Okay. When it was time to sign up for trials for soccer, she didn't sign up for tryouts. And when she didn't sign up for tryouts for soccer, the coach didn't have her on the list for tryouts, okay? Everyone that signed up to try out for soccer, Coach Greenway checked the players or the students' grades. Since she didn't sign up, he didn't have her on the list for tryouts. All kids that signed up for tryouts for soccer, December 2nd and 3rd, and Mr. Greenway will come up in a minute and mirror anything I'm saying, he had a list of those students. And if they were failing at that time, he did not allow those student athletes to try out, and he provided me a list of those students and student athletes on campus. He didn't allow them to try out. But because Ms. Hernandez didn't sign up, he didn't have her as a list to check her grades. He was informed through another student on going into the second day of trials that Ms. Hernandez was interested in trying out for the soccer team. Because of her past relationship, participation in the program, he contacted her and decided to allow her to come try out on day 2 because he wanted to give her another chance just like most coaches want to. She tried out for the team. After tryouts, that's when the coach and the assistant coaches checked again all the student athletes to make sure they were eligible to participate. Ms. Hernandez was not eligible to participate. She was failing on that progress report at that time. So she would be ineligible to play at that time. So when I received the information in January, I went back and checked all progress reports. I received a level 2 complaint on Tuesday, January 13th. I held a level 2 complaint meeting January 21st with the mother and father, and I rendered my decision on February 3rd. Tuesday, February 3rd, student was still ineligible to participate, okay? A large portion in the decision at the level 2 was eligibility, okay? I didn't feel that the evidence presented opportunity for me to allow or to place her on the team if she was not going to be eligible to play or give her another opportunity. I also met with Mr. Greenway, and I told Mr. Greenway to provide me something in writing, and this is what he provided. He said, I checked grades for all athletes that filled out the questionnaire and came to tryout meeting before Thanksgiving break. Since she had already quit, she did not fill out the form and did not attend the meeting. Therefore, her name wasn't on my list to check grades. I was made aware of her intention of trying to try out on day 2 of trials. She didn't come on day 1 due to attempting to retain her driver's license. I told her she come try out on day 2. I decided to give her a second chance. However, I did not check her grades until after trials. So if there was a mistake made, that was the mistake made by Mr. Greenway, giving her another chance. even during the process between January 21st and February 3rd, just to make sure I was being very, very diligent and also, having the best interest of the student at heart. I checked every progress report from January the 21st until basically February the 2nd before I, rendered the final decision. So on progress report 1, Ms. Hernandez was ineligible. She was failing 1 course. Progress report 2, she was failing 2 courses. Progress report 3, she was failing 3 courses. And that's what UIL uses to allow or to guide or give the availability or ability for students to participate in extracurricular activities. Even progress 4, which was around February the 2nd, she was still failing 1 course, which means she could not participate in a extracurricular activity after school as far as a game. So I felt it compelled to allow her to be able to participate at the level 2 complaint. Even progress report 5, which was around March 5th, she still was failing 2 courses on her progress report. So even in February, in which we probably had like 10 soccer games left, she still wouldn't be able to participate February, and she wouldn't be able to participate in March. And soccer season ended the beginning of March. So that's the information I received, used it as, the tool was her academic performance. Also looked at and researched and gained some findings, and I know Mr. Greenway was trying to keep her in the program, keep her in the athletic period, keep her participating. At the end of her 9th grade year, in a Google Doc that he provides evaluation to the students, he wrote, Coach Greenway, feedback to Ms. Hernandez. You know how I feel about you. The only thing holding you back right now is all of the stuff away from soccer. I can't afford to have a varsity player fail. I can't afford to have a varsity player getting in trouble for cell phone issues. I shouldn't be able to walk into Ms. Chavis' room and see your phone just blatantly out and about. Once you fix those things, you become a player that has potential to be picked for the varsity. You are working hard, but you need to be hungrier, more, lifting heavier, running harder, going 100% in drills. This is literally all that is holding you back. You have such great potential. It's just waiting to be unlocked. I'm glad you made the decision to play again this year. That's going into her 10th grade year. I'm glad you made the decision to play this year. You're going to be a great player for this program. Always remember that I'm here for you for whatever you need. Coach Greenway is addressing the factors preventing Ms. Hernandez from excelling in the program. So largely in part at the level 2 process or level 2 complaint decision was her academic performance, and it was pretty steady that she was not eligible the entire year to participate in a game or in a soccer game at Westbrook High School.
Any questions, Dr. Jackson? Okay, you got time to rebut, Mr. Hernandez. Come on.
Mr. Hernandez, I show you have 9 minutes and 53 seconds left.
Thank you. I'm glad he made those comments.
Turn the microphone down where we can.
I'm glad he made those comments. I didn't want to waste my minutes on it. Yes, he say about he didn't have the records for the failing, but I can ask him right now in front of y'all. He asked my daughter if he was failing, and what did he tell you?
He had asked me if I was failing, and I did tell him yes. I told him that I was working on fixing one of my classes, and he was aware that I was failing at the moment, and still told me to try out.
Okay. So and on the second thing that he's saying now, like I said, they were finding dirt or finding the stuff to get my daughter wrong. He's telling he came out and say, oh, you know what? Because you have your cell phone grounded one time, and yes, she didn't have the phone. I told her that it was kind of my fault because. Okay, it was kind of my fault because of the incident that happened last year. She didn't feel safe on the school because. I don't know if you're, like I said, remember, you're aware. She got hit by a boy, a son of a teacher. They hit her on her face, so she's not feeling safe on a class that's supposed to be nice kids. It was, what was the class?
I was a part of a leadership
A leadership class, and the son of a teacher came out and hear her. So from that day, she haven't feel safe. When I came and have the agreement, the previous deal, the previous complaint, the kid didn't look like he have any punishment or anything. He's free and normal on the school. So that's why she have her phone, you know, for anything that happened for us. Now, he's telling that he can afford to have that. On his class, all the kids, most of the kids have their phone on them. So now he just telling my daughter she can have my daughter, but yes, on his class, most of the kids have their phone on their hands, and he sees them.
¿Por qué si la principal eran sus calificaciones? ¿Por qué tuvo que inventar que se portaba mal en la clase?
Okay.
En segunda, y su commitment. Si sabe que su commitment siempre lo ha tenido. Entonces, ¿por qué inventó dos más excusas? Y no solo de las calificaciones, que es ahorita en lo que se está enfocando.
Okay, and like right now, we are more focused on the grades because they say it's failing, and I'm telling you, if you look at her grades from before the incident, she was not a grade, but she was passing. After the incident, everything is going down river. Now that she didn't get to school, now she wasn't failing just one. She's failing more than one. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, that is causing them, and if you really want to follow the rules, by the grades, he should not even let her tryouts, because he knew the day before she asked her, and she told him that yes, she was failing and he was going to try out.
Di lo que te dije. No, lo de por qué inventó más dos cosas.
And my wife is telling me, and then that's why he's adding more stuff, that she's not behaving, that she's, like I said, that she's not doing good, that she don't listen to the class. I asked them already, I told them, if you get the records for other teachers, I've never had any complaint from any of the teachers that my daughter doesn't behave on class. Thank you.
No, no lo hizo.
Ahorita. Thanks.
Dr. Jackson, Coach Greenway. Ain't gonna bite you.
My name is Austin Greenman, head girls soccer coach at Westbrook. What she is talking about as far as I brought up about Coach Chavis's class, that had happened earlier in this school year. And so I kind of met with him at the beginning and I gave her feedback. But part of that was I gave some positives and some negatives that she would work on. So, you know, when I walked into that class and I saw her on her phone, obviously I only saw her because she was one of my players. I wasn't really focusing on, you know, the rest of the students in the class. Whenever I did reach out to her the day after the first tryout, I did ask her if she was passing her classes, and I didn't receive anything after that. But I did tell her to come to the next day of tryouts, regardless. Bring your stuff and come and participate in the second day. So that's all I do.
So you make a habit of going check on your players?
Yeah, I do,
Throughout the building.
because Coach Chavis's class is right across the hallway from mine. And so, yes, if I am within, you know, reach of being able to go check on, I do try to check in on my players. And most of the coaches at Westbrook do the same thing. When we have free time, you know, we want to go and make sure they're doing the right things in class and respecting or presenting the program in the right way.
So when did the incident with the phone happen? 25?
That was really at the early part of the school year.
And we had already issued pouches?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, this was after school had started, probably in September or so. If I had to remember, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Questions? Board members?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess one of my questions is we talked about, well, first let me say this. Are we consistently enforcing the no grades, no play, no tryout?
Yes, sir.
And her grades did not meet standard to try out.
Correct. Whenever she were asked to be taken out of the athletic period, up to that point, she hadn't shown a passing in all of her classes. But part of her reason was she wanted to get out of the athletic period to focus on her grades and bring them back up. And that was 3 or 4 weeks before tryouts started. So, you know, I kind of gave her that opportunity to bring them back up. But yes, I should have checked them before I gave her permission to try out.
So what you're saying is we weren't consistent in applying that rule, and we gave her a second chance to try out, and her grades weren't up to par, but she still was able to try out?
Yes, and we looked at that when we met as a staff, we met after trials when we went to go set the teams, and that's when we realized that she still was not passing.
But she was able to try out.
We let her try it, yes, sir.
So can you see the problem with that?
Yes, sir, 100%. I understand that.
And not to come down on you at all.
Oh, I understand, yes,
It's just
sir.
that when we're inconsistent, it breeds these type of situations, unfortunately.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
And why didn't, so purely based on her grades is the reason why she didn't initially try out? Was there another reason that she didn't try out?
That is
first
the only
time?
reason she gave me, is that she felt that she needed to focus on her schoolwork, and I respected that. She asked to be taken out of the athletic period, and I made that happen the same day that we had that meeting with her, because obviously academics comes first. You know, athletics is always secondary. So I'm always going to respect a student that says, I want to focus on grades first.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes. Coach Greenway, I'm listening to both parties. Where in this timeline did you, and just for my information, let the father, who's speaking most of the time, or the mother, know that this situation was as such, giving her another chance? You know, I'm just trying to see the whole picture. You know, basically at some point, you know, you saw the potential in her, you know, saying that she had potential, that builds the student's hope up, you know, that I will be able to do this, that, or the other. So I'm just trying to delve into that too, because I see all of the other. But today, we have a dad and a mother here that are dealing with a situation. So I'm wondering if this is a communication situation also. So at any point, were they advised about what she was doing, grade-wise, giving her another chance, et cetera, if I'm making sense?
Yes, ma'am, I understand your question. There wasn't ever any communication from me to them. It was always between me and 𝐂𝐿 because I saw her on a daily basis. And when she came and asked me to be taken out of the athletic period, she came that on her own free will. She didn't say anything about her parents. And I never had any direct communication with them as far as I tried to keep it to soccer-related stuff. So, you know, when she's failing other classes, I don't like to interfere with information that I don't have full information on, like why she might have been failing. And when we get into season, that's when I start having conversations with teachers, like, hey, why is my athlete failing? But at that point, we hadn't set the teams yet, so there was no official placement for the team. So, but no, there hadn't been any communication from me to them as far as giving her a second chance or talking about her academic issues outside of soccer.
Okay. And I know we are very busy, and it's very difficult to meet 100% of all of the children's needs. And I heard Mr. Hernandez say that she's had difficulty prior to with academics, this, that, and the other. And so I'm just going to say, because sometimes that is all a child has. They may not ever get above 70%. And we need to figure that out. Why? What do we need to do? And I know it's difficult. I've been there, you know. And so I'm looking at Ms. Brooks over there, Mr. Hernandez. When you see that repetitively over and over, there are people in this district that can help you with that to make sure that there's a plan, that your child will not have the difficulty that they cannot play a sport if that's where their strength is at. And so I just had to elaborate on that because I'm seeing a lot of things in this scenario.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Coach Greenway.
Yes, ma'am.
One of my understanding for the Hernandezes, and correct me if I'm incorrect, is that you are most concerned.
You want to talk to them now?
I'm going to talk to both of them. Hang on just a second. I'll get there. That you're concerned that your daughter be given a fair shake and not be treated differently or unfairly. And what I'm seeing, and now this is for Coach Greenway, it seems to me that allowing her to get out of the athletic period, which meant she'd have to go into another core class, which meant another set of grades she'd have to keep up, you did what she asked, but not necessarily what was best for her. The rules say if they don't participate in the first day and make a certain time on the mile, they don't go into the second day. She chose to get her driver's license on the first day and did not participate, but you still let her participate the second day, even though you should have checked her grades and didn't. And then after the decision was made based on her grades and her absences that she would not make the team, you sent her a rather extensive letter telling her that she had great potential, that she could do pretty much anything she wanted if she'd get the grade problems out of the way. So it seems to me like you went over and above what you could do to take care of this child, to give her every chance there was. And so while, yes, you should have checked her grades before you let her try out, there's no question about that, you went above and beyond what you could do to support her, and I commend you for that, and I'm sorry she didn't make the cut, but I certainly understand it.
Any other questions?
I do have one for the coach. She was a returning player
Yes, ma'am.
on JV or varsity last year.
JV, yes, ma'am.
How was grades last year?
She was good for until the very last report card came out, and she became ineligible. So that was the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. And then she got to play in the very last game of district because that was right before spring break, and that was when the eligibility restrictions were lifted because we were going to be on holiday break. So she missed a few games at the end, but up until that point, she had done well in class.
That's what he said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Coach Greenaway.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hernandez, is there anything else that you want us to know?
Okay, and yeah, he said on the previous year she was failing at the end one class, and it was she was failing. No excuse about it. She was failing, and they told her she wasn't supposed to play, but they still brought her to the. They told her, hey, they told her, Karima, you come on to the game and stuff. You're gonna be there, and because they need her or they wanted to put her after they have después de la primera. ¿Te pusieron a jugar después? ¿Cómo a qué horas te pusieron Okay, whenever they're there, they say, you know what, let's go ahead and play. They knew she was failing. They know she wasn't supposed to play. And like again, he knew that they were failing and they still put her to try out. So I don't know why is that if they already know that she's failing and she's not supposed to, they're not following the rules into now just because she quit the class is when everything is going that he wanted to have her on the class and she didn't want to be on the class and because her grades. And after that, they finding everything, and now like he said, he's finding every single rule, and now try to follow every single rule for the excuse to tell me that she wasn't qualified to play.
Young lady, you got something?
Games. It was only one game, and she got to play. They put her to play, even though she was failing.
Young lady, do you have something you want to say?
No.
Okay, anybody else? Listen, go ahead, Joe. Hold on, Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, how are our grades right now currently?
Failing. Right now she's failing. She has, like I said, the only thing that get her grades, her motivation for school is the soccer.
Okay.
Now she has few that they don't have no teachers. Right now in English, and it's in English. On English, that she's failing. She got substitute for how long?
We had a substitute before our break.
Okay.
We had a substitute all 2 weeks, I think,
Okay.
including now.
And I don't want to cut y'all, but I don't want to wade too far into those waters. That's a different topic for a different time. We'll discuss. But
All right.
I just was checking. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, she's still failing, and like the class that she needs is substitute. And like today, I told her like, how you doing? What are they doing work? No, they're not. They don't put us to do anything. So how can she pick up the grades if there's no teacher? Any other questions?
No, I have not necessarily a question. I had 5 children go through BISD, and they participated in various sports. I sent my children to get an education. not to play a sport. The hook was that you get your grades in order to play.
Yes.
It's the student athlete, not the athlete student. You go to school to get an education, young lady, not to play soccer.
And before the incident from last year, she was focused on the school, not anything else. After that, she's afraid to go to school. After the incident, when she was doing good, and that's why she was on classes, on, ¿cómo se llama esa clase? On leadership class, she was focused on the school. So after the incident, everything is going down. So I'm not saying that she wasn't the grade A, B student. She was passing since Marshall Middle School, since it's Marshall Elementary. She was passing. She was doing good. After the incident, I seen changes on my daughter. Whenever I told them on the last incident, I told them that she was on band, and the incident happened. They told me, you know what? Get your daughter out of band because we cannot take the other kid out of band. Oh, get your other daughter out of soccer because we cannot take the kid out of soccer. So that's why she's feeling afraid now, and that's why her grades are going down. And I see the only thing potential for her to go to school, to get her to school, is the thing that she loves, is soccer. Other than that, she was good in school.
Okay, Mr. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. Hernandez, have we attempted to speak to a wellness coordinator or a counselor on campus about the deterioration of academic performance since the incident a year or so ago? Have we talked to anybody on a professional level to see if we can address your daughter's?
That's what I'm here, because I've been having meetings with the principal, with the coach, with the other coach. Always have been telling them it's something that she needs to be. And now, like I said, when first started, it was one class. Now it's 3 classes.
If we
So
can,
I don't know where to go. And every time I try to go somewhere, I don't get any answers. The only thing that I get is that it's her fault.
if we can make some type of arrangements so that she can speak to a wellness coordinator and get some type of professional counseling from the district while on campus, is that something you guys are open to?
Sure.
Because my concern is that I don't want her academic career to continue to falter due to a bad experience. And I understand that it can be traumatizing, especially for a young lady. And if she's afraid and that's playing into her academic success, I think that's the bigger issue that I think we need to try to address. So would you guys be open to it if we can kind of make that arrangement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I've been telling her if there's any after school or anything for her to be able to stay. And I think she have asked the teachers if there's anything extra work, and she's been asking for it. But like I said, there's no teachers. So what would I ask for more staff if they're gonna get substitutes? I mean, what am I gonna ask to the English teacher? If she's a substitute, you probably don't even have something they can help her out. All right, thank you.
Also, Mr. Hernandez,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. Hernandez, make sure that she's at school.
Okay.
Make sure she's there, so she
She's
can.
been sick, and whenever they told me the absence, I don't know how they see the absences. I was surprised when they told me that she had like 50-something absences.
Are you on the home access?
Are
you on home access?
She has. I'm all the time at the school. I'm on the time at the house. I can see where if my daughter doesn't skip. As far as I know, she don't skip school. She's always at school. We go pick her up and everything. I haven't had no complaints. Whenever she's missing the school, it's because she's at home. We call the teachers. She asks for work, and she's going through female staff. Sometimes she's not that she's sick, like she just doesn't feel or things that she can be at school. Or sometimes I've been getting her off early, and they call us as absent, even though I go over there and sign her out and stuff like that. On some classes, they put her absent even though if she was home, if she was at school. Like,
That's the rule. It's days, parts of days, or periods.
yes,
It all counts as an absence.
okay. So,
Thank you so much.
anything else?
Yes.
May I ask Mr. Phillips a question,
You
please?
can.
Sure.
Come on up here, Mr. Phillips. Pound of flesh.
Good
Mr. Fi-
evening. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Phillips, don't the teachers who are not permanent teachers have curricula that they post on Google Classroom so that all of their students have access to it?
Yes, so Ms. Hernandez has only had one teacher that's been out. All of her other teachers have been there regularly. Her English teacher has been out for the last 3 weeks.
But not before 3 weeks?
Correct.
Okay.
And so Ms. Perez, our department head, has been working with that substitute to make sure that the curricula is being provided, and then has been keeping up with grades and making sure that instruction is still going on.
So progress reports before semester
Correct.
can't be blamed on an absentee teacher?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I open the floor for deliberations. What's on your mind? Yes, sir. You need to come up.
He said there is only one substitute teacher this year. She's been having plenty substitute teachers all through the year.
Permanent is the difference.
Yeah. And right now in English, there's no grade.
But he said permanent sub.
I said long-term stuff.
Long-term.
The other teachers have been there on a regular basis.
Yeah.
They may be in and out, but Ms. McMakin is the only one that's been there out long-term for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
All right.
Then there's a difference
I
between
don't know the
long-term
difference.
service sub.
I'm sorry, I don't know the difference
Yeah.
of being long.
There are current grades in there right now.
What else? You talk. That's something that we're gonna do all.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, we are.
I'd like to move that the Beaumont ISD Board of Trustees uphold the Level 2 decision regarding Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez grievance and deny their appeal.
Have a motion. Can I get a second? Motion
Don't-
was made
don't.
by Ms.
Unless you want to. Let it die for lack of a second.
Motion has been made by Ms. Hickman and second by Ms. Spooner. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 4-1. We're now going back into closed session.
President Segui, I'm going to ask you to read those sections for why we're going back into closed session.
Oh, I'm sorry. We will now move to closed session to discuss the agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meeting Act under Section 551.071, .072, .074, and .0821 under the Texas Government Code. I want to try to get them out of here. Let me tell Jackie. Yeah, do the pledge. That way this kid can get out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please stand for the pledge. Tonight's pledges will be led by Jones Clark second grader, Aniria Williams. Her principal, Dr. Landry, said she loves to sing at school and church and that she has a beautiful voice.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good evening, President 𝐂𝐬, Board Trustees, Dr. Allen, and audience members. Tonight, we are proud to recognize a group of students who have achieved a milestone moment for Beaumont ISD. The Beaumont United High School Distributive Education Clubs of America, or DECA, chapter, has made district history by accomplishing something no team from our district has ever done before. For the first time ever, an individual team from Beaumont ISD has advanced to the DECA International Career Development Conference, the highest level of competition for this prestigious career and technical student organization. DECA prepares emerging leaders and entrepreneurs in marketing, finance, hospitality, and management. And reaching the international stage is a testament to exceptional preparation, professionalism, and determination. These students have set a new standard for competitive excellence in career and technical education and have proven that Beaumont ISD students can compete with the very best from around the world. Please join us in congratulating Beaumont United students Jose Garcia, a senior, Geraldine Hernandez, a senior, Janiyah Banks, a junior, and Mackenzie Carr, a freshman, along with their advisor, Mrs. Portia Carr, for this historic achievement. Speaking on behalf of the group tonight are Jose Garcia and Mrs. Carr.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Garcia, and I have the honor of representing Beaumont United High School in our DECA chapter. On behalf of our team, I would like to thank Beaumont ISD, our administrators, our advisor, and our community for recognizing our advancement to International Career Development Conference. This is a historic achievement, not only for our school, but for our district, as it is the first time Beaumont United High School and Beaumont ISD has advanced to the international level. This opportunity represents more than just a competition. It reflects the hard work, late nights, and the dedication we have put in, as well as the growth we have gained through DECA. It has helped us build confidence, leadership skills, and real-world experience that we all will be carrying with us beyond high school. We are proud to represent our school and our community and our district on such a big stage. And we are truly grateful for the support from our advisor, our families, and everyone who has believed in us. Thank you for investing in students like us. We are ready to represent Beaumont United and Beaumont ISD with excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you. I sincerely want to thank you guys for representing and acknowledging our DECA program. We have been working tirelessly. These students, they prepare, they bug me all the time. They're calling me, Ms. Carr, can you help? And I'm always there to help, so I'm so excited. So thank you sincerely for recognizing them tonight.
Beaumont ISD is proud to recognize a group of young scholars whose exceptional talent in mathematics has placed them among the very best in the nation. 19 of our second and third grade students have been nominated as National Math Stars, an honor reserved for students who score in the top 2% nationwide, achieving the 98th percentile or higher on nationally recognized mathematics assessments. This prestigious nomination highlights students who demonstrate extraordinary mathematical ability, curiosity, and problem-solving skills at an early age. These young learners represent 6 of our elementary campuses: Blanchette, Caldwood, Charlton Pollard, Guest, Martin, and Regina Howell. And their achievement reflects not only their own dedication, but also the support of their teachers, families, and school communities. Being identified as a National Math Star nominee is a remarkable accomplishment and a sign of great promise for the future. Beaumont ISD is incredibly proud of these students and excited to celebrate the bright minds who are already shining in mathematics. At this time, we invite our National Math Stars nominees to come forward as they are recognized for this outstanding achievement. Representing Blanchette Elementary, Channing Hadnot. Caldwood Elementary, Zedric Curvin. Charlton Pollard, Ruben Laredo. From Guest Elementary, Daxton McMahon. Ivan Smith. And Jackson Walker. From Martin Elementary, Sebastian Alonso Vigil. Braylon Bro. Kelsey Eanes, Carlos Jimenez, Shania Marquez, Nicholas Martinez, Santos Mejia, Bailey Papillon, Ishmael Pugh, and Leah Rios Lopez. And from Regina Howell, Coleman Fairchild, Mateo Melendez, and Rudra Singh.
Okay, guys, everybody look right up here. Can everybody see me? All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, gotcha. Good job.
And now we see who brought out the crowd tonight. Next, we are proud to recognize several Beaumont ISD educators whose innovative ideas and commitment to hands-on learning have earned them special support for their classrooms. Through the 2025-26 STEAM Teacher Grants, made possible by the generous fundraising efforts of Indovinya, Port Neches Operations, and the Beaumont Children's Museum, Beaumont ISD teachers have been awarded a combined total of $36,340.85 to support engaging projects in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. These grants will help bring creative real-world learning opportunities to our students and further strengthen Beaumont ISD's commitment to innovation in the classroom. We are incredibly proud of these educators for pursuing opportunities that expand learning beyond the textbook and inspire curiosity, exploration, and problem solving. Joining us to recognize and congratulate our Beaumont ISD STEAM Teacher Grant recipients is Kim Hoyt with Indorama Ventures and Amanda Yarborough of the Beaumont Children's Museum.
We're happy to present the 9 teacher grants tonight. The first one is for Marshall Middle School to Danielle Crouch. The title of her grant was Fostering Future Innovators Hands-on Material Science Through Ceramics Equipment Upgrades. I guess she was here. The next one is for Dr. Teresa Martin at Odom Academy. And her grant is for Sphero Robot Fund for RLA. We have another one for Odom Academy, Sharadi Lampriera. And her grant is for Empowering Advanced Science Learners, Modern Lab Tools for Hands-on AP Biology and Integrated Physics and Chemistry Exploration. All right, the next one is for Beaumont United High School, Tiffany Perez. Hers is for a hydroponic garden STEM project. Another one for Beaumont United High School is for Carlo Molades. That one is for Beaumont ISD contributes to the nationwide antibiotic resistance monitoring program. One for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Collegiate Academy is for 𝐂𝐭𝐿 Caleb. That one is for Idea to Innovation, equipping students for engineering discovery. We have one for Fletcher Elementary for Wendy Richard. And hers has a great title. It's for STEM-tastic Kids in 2026. We have one for the Career and Technology Education Center for Amanda Pearson for Maritime Engineering and Navigation STEM Lab. And another one for the Career and Technology Education Center for 𝐂𝐭 𝐿𝐭, Build a Body, Anatomy in Action. And the total, like is up there, is for $36,340.85. So congratulations. Okay.
Everybody ready? Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Finally, tonight, we are proud to recognize two exceptional groups of student athletes whose talent, determination, and unity have brought tremendous pride to Beaumont ISD and our entire community. This season, both the Beaumont United High School boys varsity basketball team and the Westbrook High School boys varsity basketball team achieved something truly remarkable, advancing to the UIL 5A state championship games in their respective divisions and earning the distinguished title of state runner-up. Their journeys to the state's biggest stage were defined by resilience, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Even more historic is the fact that for the first time ever, two Beaumont ISD teams reached the state championships in the same year. A milestone achievement that speaks volumes about the strength of our athletic programs, the leadership of our coaches, and the dedication of our student athletes. We also extend our deepest appreciation to the coaches of both programs whose leadership, mentorship, and commitment have been instrumental in guiding these young men to success both on and off the court. Tonight, we celebrate not only their impressive achievements, but also the history they have made together, setting a new standard of excellence for Beaumont ISD Athletics.
Two Beaumont high schools are trying to capture gold in San Antonio. Beaumont United looking for their first title in 4 years, while the Westbrook Bruins, they're trying to go back to back.
At guard, 6'1" senior, number 5, 𝐂𝐤𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜. Ladies and gentlemen, the run of the state championship is right here in San Antonio. Get up, get loud, make some noise. We're crowning a Conference 5A Division I state championship.
Congratulations, 409, all schools. Y'all made it here. Look at how many did not make it.
So proud of Beaumont United, and we're so proud of Westbrook.
Great job to BU, great job to Westbrook. One of the most important things that I'm thrilled to say is how these student athletes, you check their GPAs. Most, if not everybody, had over a 3.0 GPA headed into the state tournament. So we're super proud, with BMT proud. Great job, Coach Mike Thomas. Great job, Coach Green. Go BU, go Westbrook. We'll be back next year, for sure.
409 versus everybody, baby.
I want you guys to keep striving, continue to being great, and next year we just gonna run it back.
The boys came and did what they needed to do, and they made the 409 very proud.
At this time, it is our honor to recognize the players and coaches of the Beaumont United High School Boys Varsity Basketball Team and the Westbrook High School Boys Varsity Basketball Team for their outstanding seasons and state runner-up finishes. Speaking on behalf of the Timberwolves tonight is Coach David Green and player Peyton Jones.
First, I would like to take a moment just to give God praise for all that he's already done for this community and these teams, the coaching staffs, the players, everyone that's here today. It's an awesome day, and God is good because we on one accord today. Praise be to God. And I'm just so thankful for our basketball team, what they accomplished this year. Of course, we wanted to win the state title, but anytime that two teams can go to state at the same time, that's remarkable. That means the sky's the limit, what we can do in Beaumont. We just got to continue coming together as one and be for real, be on one accord. It's time. That's what God has said, it's time. Today is the time. Also, I just want to say about my basketball team, man, they just made up their mind, along with the coaching staff, our trainers, my wife, everyone that was a part of this team, and our managers. Everybody came on one accord with a vision to go out there and win a championship. We might have fell short, but man, we worked so hard. So much time was put into this here. I'm so proud of the players. I love you guys so much. There's no doubt in my mind, next year could be even better. But the most important thing you got to do is stay on one accord and be together. Y'all give it up for them.
First, I want to thank God, like Coach Green said. One thing we said on the season was we was going to win a state championship. From the very first closing out, only thing we said was state championship, and that was our mindset, coming to one, come and go. And I just want to say to my brothers, thank y'all for giving me a great year. Thank y'all for going hard against us. Like brothers fighting brothers. That's all I got to say.
Hey, hold on 1 minute, Jackie. Does the other Coach Green Does the other Coach Green have anything she want to say? Does the assistant Coach Green?
All right, let's hear it for Coach Alicia Green.
Hey, Coach Green don't go nowhere without his boot on the bench.
Well, all I got to say for just all of Beaumont is that it's just awesome to see when the community comes together, because I think it was just awesome to have both teams there, because it's nothing better than having both sides come together and being there together. And hey, even though we couldn't both bring it home, just being there meant a whole lot. And you know what? Hey, Westbrook, Beaumont United, hey, we left a lot of people that wanted to be there in San Antonio. We left them behind. But you know what? I don't care what nobody else say. Hey, Beaumont, Westbrook, Beaumont United, we were in the house. And I don't care what the naysayers say. Hey, a lot of other people wanted to be in the house, but we did it. And we want to always be proud of that. And you always lift your head up and always remember, no matter what nobody else say, they just mad because they weren't there. You were there, and you got something to be proud of. And we just want to be thankful and continue to keep on doing what you're doing. And always first of all, give God the glory and the praise, because without him, you can do nothing and never will be able to do anything. So always continue to give him the praise and the glory for all things.
We are getting some sermons tonight.
Hey, I knew
now
she was gonna light it up.
And now speaking on behalf of the Bruins are Coach Michael Thomas and player Elijah Garrett.
I set you up.
It's gonna be tough to follow
I
that.
set
over there,
you up.
boy. Yeah, dog. But first, I want to give honor to God, and I just want to say how excited I am to represent Beaumont Westbrook, my coaching staff, my players. They did an outstanding job. They work incredibly hard every single day, and I'm gonna highlight some things in a few seconds. But I just want to take a moment just to recognize these young men, because I know I've been on them tough, and I love them like Coach Green. He loves his kids, and we so extremely proud of you guys and the coaching staff, man. Great job. Okay. Now I want to just highlight some team accomplishments. This year we had a record of 34-4. We won district 14-0. Regional champions, also state finalists. And also I want to highlight some things. We was talking about academics. We had 6 guys who was all state academics. They just received a certificate this morning. Those guys, you got Jalen Clover, Sabian Foster, Elijah Garrett, Ashton Hicks, Isaac Nichols, and Devin Polidor. Now, some more highlights. We got 2 guys who made the all-state team. We got Elijah Garrett, Christian Haskett, my fault. We have 3 guys who made the all-region team, Elijah Garrett, Christian Haskett, and Austin Stewart. And the reason I'm recognized, guys, I think it's important that we highlight these things, because these men put a lot of time in. Now, the last thing I want to recognize is the all-district selection. MVP of our district is Elijah Garrett. Defensive MVP, along with EJ from BU, is Austin Stewart. Newcomer of the year is Braden Moulton. First team is Christian Haskett. The second team is Donovan Joseph, Amarian Bruno, Jatyron Smith. Then my honorable mention selection is Isaac Nichols, Jalen Clover, Jaden Mouton, Devin Polidor, and Colton Callahan. And we just want to say thank you for recognizing us and giving us this opportunity to be president with our city, because it's a great accomplishment. 2 years in a row we won state last year, and this year we fell a little short, and it is heartbreaking, but these guys put their heart and soul into it, and thank you.
First, I want to give an honor to God. Like Coach said, I'm beyond grateful for, I'm beyond grateful for God putting us in this position, us and Beaumont United, because it didn't have to be us, the Lord put me through a lot, us and this team, and I'm just proud of both teams. That's all I got.
And we invite all of you to join us as we celebrate these athletes and coaches at Doggett Family Stadium 1 week from tonight, Thursday, March 26th, from 5 to 6 p.m. Wear your school colors, bring your energy, and help us honor these young men.
Okay, everybody right here. Everybody ready? Right, ready? 1, 2, 3. I got you. You're good. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. How about the scoreboard? Could y'all maybe come around the sides a little bit? There we go. Yeah, y'all spread out a little bit. We're good. Y'all come forward a little bit. Spread out. Okay. Yeah, y'all come around this way. There we go. Just come this way a little bit. There you go. Okay, everybody ready? Yeah, I can see you. Man, y'all tall. All right, ready? All right, got it.
Again, we hope to see all of you next week, 5 to 6 at Doggett Stadium, and you can keep up with what's happening in the district by following our social media pages, subscribing to our YouTube channel, and visiting BMTISD.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simeon. We are now going to go into the public hearing with Dr. Allen.
Good evening, Mr. President. The Texas Education Code requires that each district school board of trustees hold a public hearing to discuss the district's annual report. This hearing for public discussion of the Texas Academic Performance Report must be held within 90 calendar days of receiving the PDF Texas Assessment Performance Report. The district's annual report consists of the TAPER, or the Texas Academic Performance Report, which outlines student academic performance on the STAR assessment for the 24-25 school year. This is not new data. This data has been shared with the board previously when the data was released, but it is required as a portion of the actual annual report. In addition to the Texas Academic Performance Report, the district's annual report includes the PEAMS Financial Standard Report, the 23-24 district accreditation status, the campus performance objectives, special education determination status, report on violent or criminal incidences on campuses, a report on student performance in post-secondary institutions, and progress toward board-adopted HB3 goals. Presenting tonight on behalf of the district is Dr. Anita Bruton, Mrs. Anitra Cheatham, Mr. Randall Maxwell, Cheryl Hernandez, Ms. Rochelle Brooks, and Dr. Diana Valdez.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Good evening. Tonight, again, as Dr. Allen stated, the team and I will present the Beaumont ISD annual report. Again, I would like to note before beginning the presentation that this data reflects prior year performance. We have used this data throughout this school year to adjust instruction and target support for our students, and because of that work, we fully expect this to translate into improved student outcomes as we begin the STAR assessments in just 16 days. The annual report has several sections. We will begin by looking at student information. This slide shows you student ethnic distribution for our district, and it also shows us compared to the state. I do want to highlight that the majority of our students in the district are African American and Hispanic at 88.3%. When we look at our student membership demographic percentages, this slide shows you the percentage of economically disadvantaged English language learners, students with disciplinary placements, and at-risk students. Compared to the state, we have 82.9% of our students that are economically disadvantaged. Also, we like to say educationally dependent, and the state has 60.5%. The report also gives us staff information. Teachers by years of experience is noted in the report. When you look at our district compared to the state, I would like to highlight that nearly half of our teaching staff has 5 years or less of experience at 48.2% compared to the state at 35.6%. Teachers by ethnicity, 52% of our teachers are African American, 7% Hispanic, 34% white, 0.2% American Indian, 5.3% Asian, 0.1% Pacific Islander, and 2 or more races, 0.6%. You can also see how we correlate or compare to the state. Teachers by program. When we look at the program placement, of course, the majority of our students are in our regular education program as the state, but it does show you here how many of our students or percentage of students that are in bilingual ESL, career and tech, comp ed, and special ed. STAR performance. Again, this is prior year's data. The STAR performance is reported at approaches, meets, and master's grade level. Our goal is to have our students at meets grade level. Our board outcome goals are set at meets because we know that when students are at meets grade level, they are on grade level. The STAR performance is reported by all subjects, all grades for 3rd through 8th grade, and end of course assessments. The next 4 slides will show you our STAR performance at approaches grade level. This slide shows you 3 through 8 reading, English 1 and English 2 at approaches. Overall, you can see our students at all for each grade level and then by subgroup. When we look at our students, 60% of all grades, when I sum up all students that took reading, scored at approaches grade level. Here we have 3 through 8 math and English 1 at approaches grade level. Again, you can see by grade level and by sub-pop. 53% of all of our students scored at approaches grade level, and that's across all grade levels in the district. Science performance is presented on this slide at approaches grade level. We had 63% of our students score at approaches grade level when I look at all of the students that took the science assessment. And here we have social studies performance at 8th and U.S. history at approaches. 63% of all of our students, when I look at all of the students that took the 8th grade social studies test and U.S. history, scored at approaches grade level. The next 4 slides, board, you were given an insert for your packet. This shows our performance at meets grade level and above, so meets and masters. When I look at 3rd through 8th grade reading, English 1 and English 2, 35% of all of our students scored at meets grade level when we look at reading, okay? But this is indicated by grade level and also by subgroup. When we look at the STAR math assessments for 3 through 8 and also Algebra 1, we had 25% of our students score at the meets grade level across all assessments taken at each grade level. Then also for science, this is 5th grade science, 8th grade science, and biology. 27% of our students scored at meets grade level. And then for STAR social studies, you can see this is 8th grade social studies and U.S. history. 36% of our students scored at meets grade level. And these percentages were from meets grade level or above, so meets and masters. At this time, Ms. Cheatham will come and go over our TAPO report for school progress and academic growth.
Good evening, board. This segment of the report focuses on the measures found in Domain 2 of the accountability system, recognizes school progress or academic growth. So those 3 buckets that you see represented on slide, annual growth is measured as a part of Part A. Academic growth at Domain 2 is broken into 2 components, academic growth or relative performance. Annual growth is calculated by an increase in performance level year over year. So students who performed it did not meet, moving to approaches, or approaches to meets to masters, moving a full performance level year over year. The accelerated instruction bucket that you see in center are for those that are completing HB 1416 acceleration and remediation hours, where extra credit is earned for that. And those are compiled together to come up with the academic growth score for the campus. The 2025 school progress measures for the campuses for both grades and subjects. Those measures come from student performance levels for reading and math. What you see on slide is performance by grade level for all students and subgroups from grades 4 through 8. 3rd grade, remember, is not represented because there is no prior year's test to earn the increased performance level. So what you see is for ELAR, scores and average percent at meets or above range from 50 to 63% across grade bands, and for math from 33 to 67% of students showing an increase in performance level from prior year. The next segment of the report focuses on our annual dropout, graduation, and attendance rates. Graduation rate is, of course, represented for high school campuses in both Domain 1 and 3. So the data that you see on slide comprise both attendance and graduation data. Attendance data, remember Dr. Bruton reminded you this is old data. Attendance data and graduation rates lag a year behind the performance year, so you're looking at attendance performance for the 22-23 school year. So a little while back, but the district average was 89.1% attendance for the 22-23 school year as compared to 93 for the region and for the state. Our 4-year longitudinal graduation rate for the class of 2024, we graduated 81% of our students, with 0.2% receiving Texas high school graduation equivalency, and continuers in high school at 1.8%. Keep in mind that our 4-year longitudinal graduation rate represents the students who began in the 2021 school year as a 9th grade student and completed on-time graduation by 2024. Our graduation profile represents the types of diplomas that our students are receiving, and that is broken out for you by high school campus. Early college, of 100% of the graduates, 1% of those students were on a foundation high school program with no endorsement, with 97% of the graduates on a foundation program with distinguished level of achievement. Beaumont United, 69% of students on a high school program with distinguished level of achievement, and Westbrook, 84.2% of those graduates. Brown, remember, are all students who are sent for credit recovery. That is our AEA high school, so we have 89% of students at Paul Brown earning a foundational high school program without endorsement. For the next indicator, college, career, and military readiness. So, of course, the state, we talk quite a bit about this. College and career military readiness is how our students earn their points and show that they are ready for one or more of these post-secondary opportunities. And so for Beaumont ISD, the 2023-2024 data for college, career, military readiness is broken out for you by college-ready indicators as well as career. I'll remind the board that college readiness is measured through TSI performance, TSIA assessments that we give, ACT, SAT, dual credit, college prep, those type of things. And all of our students considered 63.2% of our graduates met the college ready measure. And for career readiness, we're looking at those who complete an industry-based certification or a level 1 or 2 certificate, and 42% of our students earned a career or military ready indicator. And of course, military is determined by a DD4 enlistment in the military following high school. Average SAT and ACT scores for our annual graduates are represented on screen as well, with an average score of 869 for SAT out of a possible 1,600, and for ACT, 17.6 out of a possible 36 points.
The district's financial information is reported through PEAMS every fall, and the data that's reported in this report is from 24-25. In the data, you have revenue that is broken down from local property taxes, state revenue, federal revenue, and then also the general fund, as well as the total of all funds. We receive a lot of federal grants. We have a debt service that pays for our debt. All those funds are included, and you can see that the district overall received $11,244 per student in the general fund, and including all the other funds, $13,687. Along with this information is a breakdown of how we spend our money in operating expenditures, with a breakdown between payroll costs, professional services, supplies, other operating, as well as capital outlay in our debt service. Those also are reflected with a per pupil or per student amount. It then breaks those expenditures down by function. If we're spending it instruction in the classroom, or if it's health services in the nurse's office, transportation, all of this data is reported in this report. And then we also break it down by the program intent. If it's basic instruction, if it has to do with state comp ed, bilingual, dyslexia, we're required to use codes and report this information to TEA so that they can come out with these reports so that the public can see how we are spending our funds. And then the disbursements are just operating expenditures, other uses, and those are broken down per student as well. And then the district's 25-26 district accreditation status is accredited.
We are also required to give a report on our campus performance objectives. Each year, principals work with their CIC committees to write a campus improvement plan. We also work with team members at the district level to write a district improvement plan. These plans are aligned to the district goals and based on a thorough analysis of our student performance data, and they have clear objectives that are approved by the board, targeted strategies, and then measurable outcomes to improve student performance. Our campus improvement plans are living documents. We do look at them and our district plan to make sure that we do a formative review, and they are available on our research planning and evaluation website, where you can look at our district improvement plan and also the campus improvement plan for each campus within the district. Now we'll have Ms. Brooks to do our special education determination status.
Good evening. So for special education, what we're looking at is our determination level from our RDA report, which is our results-driven accountability. And for special education, the state is looking at 18 different indicators. And there are 4 levels, with 1 being meets requirements and 4 being needs substantial intervention. The higher, obviously, means you need more support. So what does that do? It prompts a different level of support from the state. So for 2026, our status is determination level 4, which is needs substantial intervention. Primarily, our problem is our significant disproportionality. We suspend or in-school suspension for our students who receive special education services, who are African American, are suspended more often. For example, if you're looking at apples to apples, you have 10 students, even though we have more African American students, if you have 10 and you pull 10 from this and you pull 10 from the other groups, you suspend 4 from this group, you suspend 2 from this. That's disproportionate. That's what's happening here. Now, I will say that we received our targeted support. In the spring of 2024, it was on site. And when we finished and got our report, it did show that there was 0 non-compliance from our district. And it was stated that while we haven't met our goal, it's obvious that we're doing the work. What are we doing? Our action steps right now are monthly discipline data reviews by subgroup. There is a heightened administrative oversight of ISS placement, professional development on de-escalation strategies, culturally responsive practices, behavior intervention plans, fidelity and compliance, and strengthening our MTSS and behavior support systems. Mr. Maxwell will speak to you now.
The Texas Education Section 39306 requires each district to publish as part of the annual report a report on violent and criminal incidents that occur at each campus. The report must include number, rate, type of violent or criminal incidents that occur on each campus, a description of school violence, prevention and violent interventions, policies and procedures, and findings from evaluations, if any, conducted under the Safe and Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act. Dr. Valdez will actually go over the report.
So what you see in front of you at the very top are all the different types of infractions that could occur. Highlighted in yellow are the types of infractions that have occurred in the 24-25 school year. We are well below a reportable amount, and so this is a very good report for us on violent and criminal incidences in Texas.
Again, Board, this next section relates to our graduates and what happens after high school. So the Texas high school graduates, again, from 2023 enrolled in higher ed during fiscal year 2024. Tech Code requires that we publish this as a part of our annual report as well. And the most current report on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board website is, again, the 22-23 high school graduates. So student performance on this report is measured by the GPA that they earn once they are enrolled in either a public 4-year or 2-year institution of higher education in that following year. So for each student, the grade, points, and the college semester credit are calculated and averaged to determine GPA. So for each high school in Beaumont ISD, including our special, so early college, high school, GPA for students in their first year in public higher ed, you'll see 4-year public university, total graduates attending or reporting to us attending in higher ed immediately following high school, 34, 8 with a GPA of less than 2.0, the rest of those students earning a 2.0 up to a 3.5 or above, which 10 of those students greater than a 3.5. So about 33% of their students maintaining a 3.5 GPA or higher. In a 2-year public college, 10 total graduates reported immediately following leaving early college, with 7 of those students less than 2.0 up to 2 of those students earning greater than a 3.5. At Paul Brown, we know that is our alternative education campus and a much smaller population as well. Only 1 student reporting for 4-year public institution and 6 at a 2-year public institution. Beaumont United and Westbrook, our comprehensive high schools, are listed next. I can't talk tonight, listed next. So we have 98 total graduates attending a 4-year public university from Beaumont United immediately following, and 58 attending a 2-year college. And you, of course, see their average GPAs range, again, with the bulk of those students hovering around 2.0 or less for the 2023 graduating class. At Westbrook High School, 157 of their total graduates reported to a 4-year university and 94 to a 2-year institution, with an even distribution across GPAs. The next section of the report is going to come to you for Dr. Bruton for our HB3 goals. Just can't talk to me.
The final section of the annual report provides an update on the district's progress toward achieving its board-adopted HB3 goals. These goals are represented in the first 3 board outcome goals that center around early childhood literacy and mathematics proficiency, and also college, career, and military readiness. I do want to say that we come often to present our board outcome goals progress monitoring report. So again, this data that you see will not be new data. When we look at goal 1, the percentage of 3rd grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase from 32% to 64%. Here you see the baseline data that we used to make our targets for this year. Again, we look at the performance not only of our third grade students, but also for the grade levels below, because we know that what is done in our pre-K, K, first, and second grade classrooms will result in us being able to achieve these goals. So our latest data target that we have is MOY, and you can see where we stand for MOY for reading. When we look at goal 2, the percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR Math will increase from 26% to 52%. Again, you see our baseline targets for pre-K, K, first, second, and third grade. Our target for this year is highlighted in the yellow, and this is where we stand for MOY. When we look at our CCMR board outcome goal, the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR will increase from 65% to 90% by August 2030. Again, you can see what our baseline, what we use as our baseline to set our goal, our target, and here for CCMR, we look at TSI criteria for math and reading, dual credit, industry-based certifications, and advanced placement. You can see our target for this year, and you can see where we are, and this is based on the class of 24 data, because we do know for CCMR there is a lag. So certain areas here where we are above even right now. And the district report, annual report, and including the TAPR report, will be posted on the district's website within 2 weeks of this presentation, which will be April 2nd. And paper copies are also available from the district office and on campuses, and you can also see it online at the TEA website. Are there any questions?
Board, do you have any questions? The taper.
Thank you. And I do want to recognize Ms. Danette Menendez in our Office of Assessment and Accountability. She is our director, and she pulls all the data together for our report yearly. So Ms. Menendez.
We have work to do. Thank you. We're now back into the introduction of the regular meeting. Okay, Ms. Smith, any public comments?
We do not have any public comments on the TAPR report.
Okay. Dr. Allen, student outcomes.
Mr. Segee, I will allow the district's annual report to serve as my superintendent's report tonight. The team did a great job sharing that data. I would, however, just like to remind our community that in about 16 instructional days, our students will be starting to take the STAR assessments. Our team is continuing to work extremely hard to prepare our students, and we are very optimistic that our students are going to do a phenomenal job. So please, parents, make certain that you are ensuring that your kids are present and that you are working with students. We still have after-school tutorials. We have Saturday programs. We have a number of opportunities for students to continue to prepare. Last month, I shared the website for the STAR resource website that is up, live, and available, with which are resources available for parents to work and support their students at home. Thank you.
It's now time for public comment. Ms. Smith, do we have anyone signed up to address the board?
Yes, sir, we do.
The board will now hear public comments from those who have signed up to speak. This portion of the meeting is set aside to parents, students, employees, and community members to speak to the board about any matter of interest to them pertaining to the school program. Each person who signed up by 4:30 p.m. yesterday may speak no more than 2.5 minutes. Those who signed up after that time and prior to public comments today will be allowed to speak to 1.5 minutes. During public comments, the board will listen, but it is forbidden by the Texas Open Meeting Act from discussing any topic raised or making any decision unless that matter is already on the agenda for this meeting. The board reminds speakers that public comment is not the time to bring up board complaints about a particular program, employee, or student. Should a speaker's remark includes complaints directed at a particular student, employee, or program, I will respectfully ask that that individual stop speaking and utilize the board's adopted grievance procedure. As a reminder, your time will be monitored. When your time is up, you will hear a buzzer that will indicate that your time has ended. Ms. Smith, please call the first speaker.
Jennifer Moore.
How you doing, Ms. Moore?
Okay, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Tonight is 1 year since I've been here. For 1 year, I've come every single month, and I've asked you to consider putting cameras in self-contained classrooms across the district. I didn't even write a speech for tonight. I'm literally broken. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it important to you enough to take me seriously or enough to take our children seriously to know that this is important. The kids are not being, I'm not saying every single kid in our district is being hurt. That's not the case, okay? I don't believe that. I've made you aware of 3 separate incidents that where my daughter, I believe, was intentionally harmed. My daughter told me she was intentionally harmed. There was 3 other incidents that I've had reviewed from camera in her classroom, 2 of which the camera wasn't even on. It wasn't working, or there's a server board issue is what I was said. So even with a camera in the classroom, 2 times that she was hurt over a 5-day period, it wasn't working. You guys have asked Ms. Brooke to come up here and to say the district stance of cameras in the classroom. And basically what I got from that was that it's for the dignity of our children with special needs to not put the cameras in the classroom, which is a complete contrast to what the law was actually written for. It's parent, principal, admin, or the board. Thank you for clarifying the board as in whole. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know what to do from here. I don't know how to make it any more important to you or to anybody that's watching or to the principals in this room. Your job is to care for our children, and they are being hurt. The cameras are for accountability and transparency. I get no transparency from this district. I'm telling you, it's not there. I don't know what else to do. I want to be able to believe that I can send my child to her class. The camera is there, she's being protected, and yet that doesn't work either. This goes much deeper than cameras in the classroom, and after a year of making that known, it has to go higher than here. This isn't working. And I really need to know what to do to make it better. Thank you.
Tiffany Perkins.
Hold on, thank you, Ms. Moore. Kobe, it's not on the agenda. Can I say something concerning this matter?
Agenda, so I would advise against it.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Tiffany Perkins.
How are you, Ms. Perkins?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good evening, elected members of the board. My name is Tiffany Perkins. I'm an educator, a parent, a former BISD employee, and candidate for State Board of Education here in District 7. I've seen through my employment here how hard the teachers and administrators in this district work every day for their students, and I care deeply about the success and stability of Beaumont ISD. But I want to speak to a concern I'm hearing from families I've been talking with, which is concerns about transparency regarding state-level decisions that directly impact the future of this district's leadership. The process to appoint Board of Managers continues to be extended and delayed multiple times, despite the fact that from the last reporting, there have been 79 applicants, 39 male, 40 female. People are questioning whether this process is being delayed to prioritize political alignment rather than authentic community representation on that appointed Board of Managers. Continuing to delay the process without a clear deadline creates a situation of limbo that lends itself to uncertainty, which does the teachers and the community members, the families of this district, a disservice. This district has already been through a great deal of instability through this entire process, and what students and teachers need is clarity, consistency, and a path forward that is grounded in the people it serves. So I want to make that concern for the record that we need a clear answer on when this Board of Managers is going to be chosen rather than continuing to delay the deadline, as if they're looking for the right applicants rather than the applicants who have already applied, again, 79 of them. Thank you for your time, and Board, thank you for your service to this community.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Is there anyone else, Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir. For 1.5 minutes, Kara Michaels.
How are you, Ms. Michaels?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay.
Are you ready? So hello, my name is Kara Michael, and I'm the mother of Teddy Michael. He's a kindergarten student at Dishman Elementary. He's a special education student who is currently served in the ECSC classroom. Beyond his specialized education needs, my child also has medical needs that are addressed at school. Teddy has successfully been able to attend school this year due to us sending a private duty nurse with him. Our nursing coverage was provided from Texas Children's Health Plan. We have recently had our nursing hours denied by Medicaid. This occurred because TCH Health Plan states that it's the legal responsibility of the school to provide medical services to students while at school. They also have the ability to recoup reimbursement for these services by SHARS billing. With nursing services stopping soon, Teddy's educational future looks very different. I'm being told that the teacher will be providing his medical care in the classroom, but when she is out, such as for mandatory training, there may not be coverage, and I will have to provide the services myself at school or keep him home. Determinations for his placement for next year are also in jeopardy. While it's believed that cognitively his best placement is the general education setting next year, I'm being told that while a special education teacher can be expected to perform G-tube feedings or change diapers, a general education teacher cannot. They recommend possibly an AFL placement due to his medical needs, not his educational needs. I'm petitioning the board for assistance with documentation needed from BISD that would allow us to appeal the nursing hours denial. I've attempted to gather this documentation from the special education department unsuccessfully. Or if not, I'm wanting to know what BISD can do to fully support my child's educational and medical needs while at school. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final for 1.5 minutes, Brittany Trevino.
How are you, Brittany?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
Good evening. I'm here to explain the need of cameras in every SLC classroom, and particularly for special, I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
Sorry. And especially for children who cannot communicate or can't speak that are nonverbal like my child. So I stand here today to be their voice. Louisiana got it right, why can't we? Louisiana Act 479 of 2025 mandates that all public self-contained special education classrooms must have functioning visual and audio cameras installed with full implication required by February 1st, 2026. The law removes the previous requirement for parent requests, making surveillance mandatory in these settings to protect students and ensure protocol compliance. Purpose, intent is to provide oversight for student safety and ensure proper procedures are followed in special education settings. Louisiana got it right, why can't we?
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
We will now move on to informational items.
evening, Board. You have before you this evening a listing of newly hired and separated employees for the month of February. Any questions? Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening. The February tax collections were very substantial. The tax office collected just over $29,800,000 for maintenance and operations, and just under $9,100,000 for debt service. So we are 94.45% collected. For the general fund, we had revenues for $179,123,294. Expenditures totaled $115,097,560. We had outstanding purchase orders in the amount of $3,855,417. For our activity funds, the campuses collected $236,028, and we had some monetary donations. Sertoma donated $2,000 to the Regional Day School for the Deaf. Joel Ryan donated to Beaumont United High School to $25, and the America's Charities donated $250 to Amelia Elementary. And Skate Time donated skate rentals with an estimated value of $480 to Caldwood Elementary. Are there any questions?
Go ahead, Ms. Avery. Oh, thought you had a question. Anyone else got a question? Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Chief?
Good evening, Dr. Allen, Board President, and distinguished Board. After the tragedy of Uvalde, the governor, along with the commissioner with the Texas School Safety Center, they put in place the intruder detection audit. These audits, of course, were designed to help keep our students and our staff safe. The state wanted to ensure that we were doing 100% compliance of all districts in the state of Texas. To date, our district has had 23 of our campuses audited. We have 3 more campuses left. Those audits consist of intruder access, door logs, as well as exterior door evaluations. Do we have any questions in reference to the intruder detection audits?
Chief Mapro, I do not have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to give or send kudos to you for representing the district well. I saw you on Channel 6, and a little bit of what we're doing filtered into that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I want to thank you personally, and I know the board does, for the job that you do to represent us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Thank you, Board.
I agree. I second that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We are now ready for the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any item from the consent agenda for discussion? Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
It's moved by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Avery. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0. We're now ready for our action items.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve budget amendments from the General Fund 9 and accept amendments from Special Revenue 22, 23, and 24.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Ms. Hickman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. 𝐂𝐲𝐬. GF9, for the overall budget, it does not change anything, but we've made a few corrections to a couple of the codings So you'll see that we are transferring funds between the functions, and then a number of the campuses are moving funds for different needs on their campuses. The special revenue is for Title I, Part A is SR 22. IDAB formula is changing functions for SR 23, and then SR 24 is Title IV, and they're changing functions as well.
Any discussion? Questions? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve purchases over $50,000 from the general fund in the amount of $839,268.82.
So move.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Ms. Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Segee. One of the first purchase is McGriff. We have our, the district is self-insured for our workers' comp, and this is a renewal of our excess workers' comp insurance. If we have a claim on an employee that is in excess of $400,000, we have insurance to cover the excessive costs on that claim, and that total is $158,449. We also have CDW, which is our annual renewal for our multi-factor authentication system, and that protects our network. Our employees and students have to go through a process to get onto the network. That total is $133,590. Then ClassLink, the annual renewal for the student sign-on provider, is $58,994.80. We also are bringing digital scoreboards. This is going to replace the approval that the board did at the previous month. There was an error on the calculation when they presented their proposal, NEVCO, and so when we asked them for if they would honor the price, they did not. So we go to the next vendor, which is Digital Scoreboards, and they honored the price that the board approved previously of $104,944 to replace the video display and the timing system in the natatorium. Then we have Lockstep Technology Group purchasing the new microphones and projectors for both PAC centers at BU and Westbrook, and that total is $305,191.02. We had set aside one-time funds for this purchase because we needed to upgrade the sounds and the projectors in the PAC centers. And then Whitley Penn is our auditors for external auditors, and their fee for this year will be $78,100. Are there any questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Hernandez, in regards to the digital equipment, scoreboard, sound systems, we explored every option known to man, and there was no other way around that. And we were as frugal as we could be in terms of our purchase, right?
Yes, we looked at the system is not working properly, so we have to replace it. And we went out for bid and got a number of vendors to actually, we didn't do a bid, we did quotes on it. And so that was the lowest that we received.
And once again, there was no bridging the gap for another year. There was no patchwork that could be done. It had to be done.
Not for the system. They would have to time the meets manually with
But I think, Mr. Evans, are you speaking about the whole thing?
I just mean, and here's the deal: it's a lot of money, and I want the community to understand that this is not a frivolous.
This is something we had to do.
And that's what I'm getting at. If we had to do it and there was no other way around it, I want to make sure that we articulate that to the public so they know that we're not just plowing through taxpayer dollars, because our time is near. There's no way.
The stadium was built in August of 2010, and so this is 16 years later, and you know how advanced and how quickly technology moves. We've never replaced anything out there as far as technology. Scoreboard on the football field and natatorium timing system. The natatorium timing system was no longer working at all. So we have to replace the timing system. And when you replace the timing system, you also had to replace the video board, because when you get the new timing system, the video board is outdated and wouldn't log in with the new timing system. So you're correct. We exhausted every avenue. This is the first time in 16 years we've replaced anything as far as technology out there at Doggett Family Stadium.
And just a reminder, Mr. Evans, you know, in the fall, Dr. Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, but during football season, we were literally unplugging the video board during the games, so that it would, to reset it so that it would last throughout the game. Somebody was actually standing there unplugging the big board and plugging it back up. That's how bad it is. So it's not one of those things. We have been patching it along for probably, what, 5 years?
Dr. Allen and I, along with Mr. Hernandez, have had this conversation the last 2 years. But it was, as I stated before, it's about timing. I know in the previous years, the last 2 or 3 years, increased employee salaries, especially teachers, custodial staff, bus drivers. That was at the top of our list. I didn't feel right at that time bringing this to the board. Right now, we're at a point, they say, either you fix it or we can no longer service you.
Yeah.
And so that's at the point we was at. And with the mandatory timing system, it was no longer working at all. Okay?
Thank you very much.
And again, I agree with Ms. Evans. People need to know that we're at that point to where it's critical. We have to replace it. Ain't no way around it. Any other questions, discussion? All those in favor? No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we still have some work to do, but we don't want to hold you in place. So we will do our, go ahead, Ms. Boone.
Oh, he knows. Just before we do this, I'm really not sure if I can command the attention of Ms. Jackie Simeon, Director of Communications. Charge it to something else. Did we acknowledge the awards for the communications department? I don't think we did. In my thinking, you all won several awards, and once again, the most dynamic team in this district. Ms. Simeon, I learned this from Charmaine Cormier at the Career Center. She said, sometimes you have to toot your own horn. And so she does this, toot, toot. So I want you to toot your horn tonight about the awards. Let's give our communications department a hand.
Okay, toot, toot. The communications department did attend the Texas Schools Public Relations Association conference in Galveston in February, and we did win 3 silver awards and 1 gold award. So thank you so much for acknowledging that.
Good catch, Denise. We need to recognize, as often as we can, when someone does something worthy of a recognition, and I think that's a worthy call. So we're gonna tell you goodbye. We're gonna let you all go. We're gonna start with Ms. Hickman.
Thank you all very much for everything you do every day. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming out to be our audience. We appreciate that too. Hope you had a great spring break, and all in all year, we've got the big stuff coming.
Ms. Spooner.
Well, just a minute. I'm going to give the mic, pass it on, as one would say, to Miss Smith, Tisha Smith. Will you go to the podium, please?
Ms. Spooner, what are you doing? You got Trish all red face over there. She's trying to figure this out.
She is doing a phenomenal job also for the board. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah. We don't miss a beat because of her. and I can say this publicly, I love this lady. And she's just a phone call away all the time.
You do know you're forfeiting your time.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure you know that.
Well, if I can say, Tish, I love calling her Tish, Miss Smith, will you share our birthdays for the month of March? Because, you know, everyone should know we have two queens in the house for the month of March. So do that for us because you did a great job trying to sneak it in.
Yes, on March the 6th, leading into spring break, Dr. Allen celebrated her birthday, and hopefully she enjoyed spring break.
She just informed me she's 26.
Yes. And then the day after that is Mrs. Hickman's celebrated her birthday, and I don't know if she has gone on a trip or she's planning a trip very soon. Planning a trip
And
very
how
soon.
old are you, Queen? 38?
I was thinking 45.
45.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, we will have cake. So
I love it. Thank you. Mr. Evans.
You want to tell them, Tish, we have some dessert. Oh, I didn't hear. Okay. So
Mr.
thank you.
No comment.
Can't top that, can you? Ms. Avery?
Shout out to Sally Curtis, is their principal here. Thank you for the invite, and it was a great career fair yesterday. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Dr. Allen?
You know, I want to continue to encourage the team. You know, I know this is a time of uncertainty, and I'll just say that what everybody else knows is exactly what I know. So I don't have information that we're not sharing with our Beaumont community about this process. If I knew something more, we would certainly share that information. So the timeline for the transition is something that I can't tell you a date because I don't know a date. We have not been given any information. What the community is knowing and hearing and finding out, we're finding that information out the same way. And I know that's unsettling. I can understand why that would be unsettling to our Beaumont ISD family. And I will just continue to encourage you to invest in the work and remember why we're doing the work right now. And we have always dedicated ourselves to kids. And we'll continue to do that again, and we'll continue to work until my last day is when I'm going to talk about Shannon again. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate, you know, my team for continuing to genuinely, and people don't know this, but, you know, we're genuinely working every day. Nobody is laying down on the job. Nobody is saying, you know what, we're going to have to do our work. No, we're working every single day, and we're going to continue to do that. I want to also state for the record, Dr. Anita Bruton is our Associate Superintendent for Elementary. Stand up, Dr. Bruton, so everybody can know, again, who Dr. Bruton is. That is her name. Her name is Anita Bruton. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
You had something you wanted to remark on?
No.
Got like 30 seconds left?
I'm good. I'm good.
Well, I'm glad you cleared it up. When she was standing up there and you said brute, I'm like, who? Well, congratulations. You jumped the broom. Look, you know, I'm always encouraging you all, and I want you to continue to encourage your teachers because the job isn't done. We still have work to do. And I need y'all to prove us right by continuing to push forward, that this year the changes that we made, the goals that we reestablished, make them come to fruition. Continue to press forward. Don't concern yourself with things you cannot change. What you can change is continue to work hard. That's what you can do. You charged up, just had a little breaky break. Now it's time to push to the end. Because we're all in all year. Every last one of them. we're going to be here to the end, supporting you. And if there's something we can do, we're going to do it for you, because we're all in all the time, all in all year. We here, and we're here for one reason, and that's to support you, to get you the things that you need. What do you say, 16 days to test time? Don't be talking about the star. Don't have that conversation. Quit talking about it. Don't put the kids in a panic. Educate them. Teach them. The star is going to be his own issue. You just teach them, and they'll be fine. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to really interact with you all tonight. We had some other business that we still got to go back and finish. But I hope you all have a great night, a great Friday, and a great weekend. You know, we're going to now go back into the closed session to address an issue that we must do. So you all have a great, and have some refreshments. Is that cake big enough to be sharing with all these people? Jesus fed 5,000. Is Jesus here in the building, I mean? If you want a piece of cake, we got cake. Come on, get you a piece.
Mr. 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐬.
To the board, though. Board members, we're now going back into closed session to discuss the items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meeting Act under sections 551.071, .072, .074, and .0821 of the Texas Government Code. Yes, ma'am. This your copy or mine? Okay.
Oh, nah, I can't handle it.
What? A little bit. I ain't gonna never be on the circuit. We are now going to reconvene from the closed session and address the agenda item from the closed session.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that the Beaumont ISD Board of Trustees reverse in part the Level 2 decision regarding Mr. Calvin and Ms. Weston's grievance and grant the following remedies. 1, assign a bus aide for the route through the end of the school year. 2, conduct an analysis of bus aides and provide a report to the board. 3, direct the administration to generally require younger students to sit towards the front of the bus. And 4, direct the administration to ensure the district's retention schedules require retention of all video reviewed in an investigation and remedy not specifically granted, and any remedy not specifically granted is denied.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Hickman. All is in discussion. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. I now adjourn this meeting. You all have a great weekend.